Okay. Something's going to break. We don't know what. Okay.
What if I told you there was a personal finance app that could help you money and help you? I can't hold them back. Please,
Guys, quiet.
settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, a very special edition of the Compound and Friends. We are here with fan favorite Michael Cembalest, and we are going to accomplish two things today. We will assess the aftermath of the election and the resulting market reaction, and we will think ahead toward 2025. If we even get there, if we even make it that far, who knows? Open question. Michael is the chairman of market and investment strategy for JP Morgan Asset Management and the author of Eye on the Market since 2005. Michael is also a member of the JP Morgan Asset Management Investment Committee. He has spent 35 years plus at JP Morgan, having first joined the firm in 1987. Is it annoying if people call you a legend? Can I say you're legendary? That's how I feel.
I would rather.
Is that
you
bad?
didn't. Yeah,
All right.
You did not.
Duncan insists that I pay substantial deference. You're a fan favorite. Anytime you come on, the views go crazy, the downloads go crazy. We get tons of feedback. Thank you so much for doing this. We really appreciate it.
Great to be here.
All right. Can we talk about Hamilton first?
Yes.
I didn't know until I saw the quote from the play, because I never saw Hamilton, that this was an allusion with an A, to Hamilton. But you talk about, I think, the thing that a lot of people in your seat aren't talking about, which is almost like the game theory of how to win these things. And either the energy wasn't there, or they just didn't understand the rules of the game in 2024. But to your point, it felt like the economic team, the surrogates who were supposed to talk about the economy, it was almost like
Jimmy going for
malpractice.
it.
Where were these people? We're at almost no
If it gets
unemployment,
going, you got AMC
record
to
highs for
sympathy
stocks.
off
So
of.
talk a
Man,
little
this
bit
thing's
about
gotten beat
what
up.
you were trying to get at in the piece.
Yeah, I'm perfectly willing to entertain the notion that there was absolutely no way that Harris
Is it pretty low?
could have won the election based on a variety of factors
There you
that
go.
we all have read about.
Yes.
But you play to win, and you fight until the end, and you put your best people out there.
Yeah.
And ever since the Morning in America commercials, those were Reagan's Morning in America commercials, it's been crystal clear that voters care way more about economic issues than they do about just about anything else.
Right.
There were some shocking numbers that came out of some of the exit polls. Hispanics as a group put economics way ahead of immigration. 40% of the exit polled Hispanics said they were supportive of a border wall and stricter immigration policy.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, economics is the centerpiece to
for just about everyone.
Just about everything.
Right.
Nixon won 49 states in part because of the fact that that was before all the Vietnam War spending and inflation showed up. It's always been about economics, certainly in the post-war era.
Here are your data points. Close to an all-time high in the labor force participation rate, which is a proxy for can you get a job?
High now.
Okay, you can. A surge in reshoring activity of U.S. manufacturing jobs after reshoring progress declined under Trump. Industrial policy that overwhelmingly benefited GOP districts. You cited 75% of the spending from the energy bill actually went to GOP districts, which are in swing states. Nobody knows that. Largest surge in manufacturing-related construction on record ever, including the CHIPS bill, which they were building facilities in Arizona, Ohio, New Mexico, states that we thought were meaningful. Almost done. Highest year-to-date equity gains in an election year since 1936. Of 10 states with the highest share of imports to state GDP, 8 are GOP states. You would think people would be a little bit more wary about tariffs in those states. They weren't. The inflation surge was painful, but wages are now rising faster than rents. the Fed
ticker
was able
Snowflake,
to
SNOW.
raise policy rates without
The information
triggering a
says
recession
Snowflake
for the
is
first time
in
in
talks
60
with
years.
Anthropic about
Nobody
an AI
has this
partnership.
information
Watch
in the
shares of
electorate
Snowflake.
because no one
AI
from
partnership,
inside of the
Anthropic.
campaign or adjacent to the campaign has been vocally supportive enough to tell that side of the story. Of course, everyone hates inflation, but the economy itself is pretty darn good. And so, by the way, is the stock market.
Yeah,
SNOW, Snowflake,
there are a lot of factors working
talks with
against the
Anthropic
Harris campaign
about AI partnership.
I was just surprised
That's
as an
SNOW,
investments
that's
person
from the
without a horse in
information.
the race.
Yeah.
I was surprised as an
Back up.
investments person not to see all the stuff you just mentioned
Nope.
flooding the airwaves rather than information about democracy and some of the other topics.
Yeah.
And
Give it all
it
back.
goes back to who Biden picked for his cabinet and who Harris picked for her campaign. And look, it was a little bit a rough elbows of me. Nobody's ever accused me of not doing that. But I had a chart in the Eye on the Market after the election. I did a Google Trends search for Mnuchin
Yeah.
in Trump's term against Yellen.
We have this.
Most of our clients and most of your listeners couldn't identify Steve Mnuchin in a police lineup. They don't know who he is.
Yeah.
Yellen had a fraction of his
What the hell?
recognizability and visibility. She disappeared. And there's a lot of
Give me
second
1
guessing,
minute.
I think, that can be done in terms of who's out there telling the story. You and I were talking before the call. I'm older than you. I'm 62 years old. And I remember during the 90s, you couldn't turn on the TV or the radio, right? We listened to the radio then, without hearing Bob Rubin or one of his associates talking about the Clinton economy and the Clinton revolution. And
they knew how to sell it.
They picked a guy who understood the markets, but he knew how to sell it. A former academic and Fed chair may have been a really bad choice in a highly politicized environment to sell what Bidenomics was all about. So it might not have changed the outcome.
It's more than
but
the
I
fact.
was disturbed to see how little effort there was put into talking about.
It's more than the fact that she looks like somebody who had just retired from a full career at the Fed, which she did, a very successful career. It's more than that. It's the accent. It's distinctly Brooklyn. If you close your eyes, it's giving Woody Allen. That's not resonating in the states that you need.
I'm not sure I would. I'm not sanctioning that.
I am happy to say. I'm allowed. First, I'm allowed to say it. I don't think that she, even if she gave it her all, and was like on the trail, like gather round. Let me tell you the story of the Biden economy, the Biden Harris. I really don't think it would have.
Well, yeah,
helped,
I
but
think
you're right that they should have made more of an effort.
The best, by far, the best spokesman for Bidenomics over the last 18 months has been the Secretary of Transportation. And there simply is no precedent in the modern era for an administration and a presidential campaign run by the vice president relying on the Secretary of Transportation, going that deep in the depth chart to rely on that. If that's the person that you're relying on to tell the story, you've put the wrong people in a bunch of other seats.
So two things can be true. They failed in terms of delivering a message that Americans wanted to hear.
Right.
But also every incumbent around the globe lost their
16.
seat. And it's very simple why. People voted for change. And it doesn't matter that inflation was subsiding, the rate of change was subsiding. If you tried to sell that message, it would have been counterproductive because people would have said, my fucking burrito is $14. I don't care that it's not up month over month or year over year. My burrito is $14 and I don't want to pay that much anymore.
Yes, okay, but I saw that chart from the FT and I looked at their methodology and I think it's fine. There was some fudging going on in there, but essentially they concluded that for the first time in 100 years, voter share for incumbents lost voter share in every election, okay? Yet, in 5 of the swing states that were contested, Democrats won 4 Senate seats. So there was a messaging issue at the national level and within the Harris campaign that needs to be talked about and examined and understood. And then, then there's the other stuff on immigration and the whole process with no open convention and stuff like that we could talk about if you want.
There's a lot to get into, but one of the key themes for me for this election was old media, just dead. The role that Rogan and other podcasters played and the fact that she said no, or what, I don't know what happened there, but she didn't go on for whatever reason. that mattered a lot.
Yeah, she also didn't go to the Al Smith dinner. And some people were kind of like, wow, that's the first time.
That's the big like Catholic event in New York City.
And it's the first time that a candidate opted not to appear. And, you know, obviously her campaign made the decision, what's the benefit for her going just to get kind of made fun of by Trump, who was in attendance.
Because it's a roast kind of.
Yeah,
a
but,
little bit.
you know, Americans are kind of looking, I think,
Yeah.
for people that have been battle tested. And the whole point of Harris's candidacy is it avoided all the battle testing associated with presidential campaigns.
Yeah.
And that was just another exclamation point on it.
So, you know who the biggest beneficiary was of Bidenomics? Ironically, it's Elon Musk. There's literally nobody has benefited more in the last 4 years. The problem is they lost him. They dissed him for the EV event at the White House. And quite frankly, he didn't get over it. Maybe he shouldn't have. They acted like he doesn't exist. He is the singular person to serve as the catalyst for the EV revolution. Whether you like Tesla cars or you don't, or you like him on Twitter or you don't, you can't say that he shouldn't have been there. And I think that that's emblematic of the priorities of the Democrats. They're more worried about groups like unions and NGOs and the various organizations that have served as the underpinning of the left for the last 25 years.
What are we talking about?
And they were not really thinking about, like, how do we reach out to people that normally wouldn't vote for us, but are maybe up for grabs.
Watch Bear Cave too much.
So
they don't
I
move.
looked at that as
it's random.
wow,
Sometimes
you guys
they move
lost
to
Elon
things,
Musk.
sometimes they don't.
The EV
Hindenburg
guy
is the one that
is defected to the Republicans.
when they
I will
speak,
say
I
this.
listen. Cuck
It
can go
is
here.
remarkable
Potential.
how much effort and money that he put into supporting Trump, since the only revenue-raising item in the entire Trump arsenal, other than tariffs, is clawing back the EV subsidies as part of a reconciliation bill.
So he wants it.
What's that?
He wants it. That's going to hurt sales of Nissan Leaf and Chevy Bolt more than that's going to hurt the average Tesla consumer.
Yes, but
Rivian's dead.
Anything that kind of takes away from the momentum of the EV transition isn't good for Tesla either, right? Because it slows down investments in battery manufacturing. It slows down investments in charging, highway charging capacity. That's not an entire win for him. But it is notable that
you got an income cap of $150,000 to receive that $7,500.
Yeah,
I think the calculation on Musk's part is
most of my buyers
make more than $150,000, and this is an easy thing for me to
until the next model gets rolled out.
Right.
And the markets also didn't like the rollout of the auto taxi. Right. I mean, there's a lot of questions about that too. But anyway.
One of the charts that you cited was the home to price income ratio. This is obviously a huge deal. Housing for people my age, completely unaffordable. And her solution to the problem might have been more problematic than the problem itself.
5-minute cuck.
Democrats
over 75
have this
might get you a
inclination
pop.
that anytime there's a problem, give people more money to solve the problem. And when the problem is a supply-demand problem, Democrats tend not to think about a positive supply shock, right? Because supply shocks that everybody learns in Econ 101 are the way that you deal with excess demand. You do something to increase on a shock basis supply so that there's a supply-demand equilibrium and bring prices down. So the notion that you were going to solve the housing problem by giving more people more housing subsidies to go and push housing prices up more.
Let's fix inflation with more inflation.
Right. It made absolutely no sense.
So crazy it just might work.
And so crazy it probably would have failed. So there's something very insidious going on in the United States. And this is part of the reason for Jamie, when Jamie talks about Trumpism, the part that he does latch onto and likes, and has said this publicly, is deregulation. And if you look at the root of the housing problem, the root cause is a massive increase in zoning regulations and land use reform lawsuits. It used to be that something like 30 or 40% of all new homes were 1,400 square feet or less.
Starter homes.
They're gone.
They're 8% now.
And that's too.
And that has directly, that percentage from 33 to 8 has directly coincided with the increase of zoning regulations.
You think it's cause and effect? More zoning regulations, less affordable housing, period?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And Because what it does is it makes it too hard for home builders to make money building starter homes because of all the regulatory constraints. And
can we put your chart? Can we put your charts up related to this, just so you can walk us through these?
They should give the home builders the money.
So, Dan, there's one U.S. core and food inflation. It's attached to the home price to
FBRX
income ratio.
just off the highs now.
Okay, so let's focus on the one on the right. This is the home price to income ratio.
It's never been higher.
Now.
Right now, it's got a lot of variability, but it's practically doubled since when I was a kid.
What do these numbers on the y-axis mean? 10
That's
what?
the ratio of home prices to income.
So the median home price is 10 times the median income in the United States?
After having been,
what was it in 1995 when I was 22?
About 7.5.
Okay, so that's meaningful.
It's very meaningful.
All right, let's put these next two up. You're showing us here land use regulation versus starter homes.
Yeah, it's
look at this crisscross. It's almost perfect.
Absolutely. Okay. And what you're seeing on the gold line is the starter homes that went from almost 40% of all new homes to 8%, right, over this intervening 40-year period.
Yeah.
And that blue line is the Achilles heel of the whole thing, which is these are the federal and local land use cases where people are suing because of zoning restrictions.
But what are these zoning restrictions about? Are these about the Sierra Club?
No, lot sizes, floor to area.
Ticker ELFs you're selling off for Elf Beauty.
But who wants those regulations? Who's pro that?
Incumbent homeowners are essentially, and look, in San Francisco.
So it's NIMBY stuff.
Yeah, it's all NIMBY stuff.
Okay. All right, got it.
Right. And so the reason, go back to that chart.
Okay.
The reason the chart on the right is there is who would you trust to break the logjam of a housing crisis one of whose root causes is too much regulation? An administration that set a new gold record in new regulations by presidency, or one that didn't?
So Michael, the voters have not seen your chart, and they certainly would not have been studying this data in October.
I know, I do.
So do they just have a sense that this is the case without knowing the data? Do they just equate Biden with less affordable housing because too many rules? I think the voters
are Muddy Waters is out the short report for
I think they know that to put this
Elf Beauty.
The inner life in an inner city is getting worse rather than better. And one of the issues there, and there's a Wharton analysis that shows this like perfect correlation between housing affordability in 25 different MSAs, the metropolitan statistical areas, and their level of zoning regulations. So people know intuitively that life in a big city has gotten more expensive and more difficult over time.
They're voting for change. They know.
Yeah, and the Democrats really haven't come up with anything.
What could Biden Harris have done, either of them, both of them, to change the perception of them being responsible for unaffordable housing
or unaffordable anything?
Yeah, what could they?
I never have heard
from
Harris
compound.
Or Biden or Warren or Sanders. I've never heard anyone in that constituency talk about the need to increase supply as a solution to too much demand.
Yeah,
because increasing supply is typically primarily a private sector solution where you need to cut red tape, you need to cut taxes, you might need to provide workforce training, right? So that would be
progress
helpful.
Slows,
but generally,
with job markets still
supply
solid, scenario
increases
for
as a solution to inflation.
We gave away $4 trillion to keep Broadway shows running. Okay, fine. I get it. There was no money. There was no money to make starter home construction fully tax deductible. There was like nobody thought, what if first-time home buyer, single-family non-attached home is a 0% interest rate mortgage for the first 5 years.
It's not
you
demand.
don't want more subsidies. You don't want to make it cheaper for people so they can push prices.
But don't you think people will build more starter homes if those loans are available to the buyer?
Maybe.
Okay.
But you've got to tackle some of these zoning issues. There are places in New York City.
Oh my gosh, Chuck.
Growth a result of temporary strike and storm effect. The market largely normalized, no longer a source of inflation. Continued growth. Underlying potential is greater than thought.
Is y'all's Chuck stream this broken up, or is it just my internet?
Growth appears to have supported both potential and actual growth. Governor Cook.
For those that have Benzinga, is your Chuck that jumbled or is it just my internet?
Where you can't build multifamily housing
Choppy a bit.
because there was once a parking lot
Yeah.
or there was once a retail establishment.
Just making sure.
In most of the 5 boroughs,
All right,
it's
thank you,
zoned
Disputed.
for single family housing. You wouldn't believe the difficulties that
Thank you, Vega.
multifamily developers have in
Oh,
actually
it's
being able
rare.
to get permits to build. That it's got to start there.
I think
And- yeah,
a
go ahead.
lot of where we are today stems from the pandemic and putting the economy on ice, on life support, and just resuscitating us like out of nowhere, like, oh, we're alive now. And I think that we'll never know how effective the stimulus would have been if it weren't for the supply issues, right? The ports, all that sort of stuff. And it's sort of a shame because it's not unreasonable to think that sending checks out in a recession is actually the right medicine. But don't you think that future regimes are going to be so afraid because of the last time it caused inflation?
Yeah, I mean, I would never criticize anybody for the decisions they make in the middle of a pandemic that they haven't seen before. In retrospect, some of the school closure decisions, I mean, even the New York Times has kind of fessed up. Some of the school closure decisions were disastrous in terms of their impact on early learning. There are going to be lifetime income consequences for people that were negatively affected in grade school and in middle school because of the decisions that were made.
My kids. I
And-
had an 8th grade daughter who graduated in 2020. They threw the high school yearbook through a slit in my car window as I drove through the parking lot. This is not
Right.
not good for their mental health.
I think the yearbook dynamics are the least of it. I mean, there are some,
But
obviously,
it's
there's some
emblematic
that
of
have- yeah.
emblematic of the way school was carried out that year, and it's
Yeah.
nobody's fault. It's just it's people's fault. But we over erred on the side of caution to protect our seniors, which had first order immediate effects. Nobody wanted grandma and grandpa to die, but then the second order and tertiary order effects we're going to feel, to your point, for like years to come.
But I ask you about the inflation specifically because
Yeah.
that's the root of all of this. It's high prices. Like, period. That's where it starts and stops. It's high
Yes.
prices. And it happened because of the pandemic.
Yeah, but it also happened because
Extra stimulus.
I agree,
It also
agree.
happened because the Democrats were also desperate for an economic alternative to the status quo. And the Biden people in particular commissioned a study. It was from the Hewlett Foundation, and it came out remember that
MMT?
MMT stuff. I was going
Yeah.
to say MMA, but that's different. They did this study where they finally said, okay, and this is 2020, right? And the Biden administration can now finally think about all sorts of stimulus without having to worry about inflation. Any administration before them would have been terrified to pick up that document. The Biden people
Well, here's the quote.
embraced it wholesale. So it's the pandemic, but it's the mentality of how you dealt with the pandemic and what you thought the risk factors were of different policy responses to it. And they were desperately looking for a hook on which they could do this.
This is the quote, and you included this in your piece. If economic developments over the past decade show anything, it's that there is greater headroom for spending without causing undue inflation. Acknowledging this creates space for a new consensus, permitting governments more room to spend on efforts that boost aggregate demand without worrying about inflation quite so frantically, to which you said, actually, Biden and Harris should have been a lot more frantic. The subsequent inflation surge was the worst since the late 70s and accompanied by the worst housing affordability data on record. There was a Jackson Hole speech about how people of color are more susceptible to the effect of rising rates, and maybe we ought to think about the inequality that comes from hiking rates too soon into an expansion. There was mission creep in a lot of areas. I think the Fed was trying to be all things to all people after the great financial crisis, and they may have kind of jumped the shark. They should not be wading into inequality to the degree that they're having it affect how quickly they want to squelch inflation.
People were protesting for the first time in my life. People were protesting at Jackson Hole, and they said
That's right.
that higher policy rates were essentially regressive because it rewards savers
Yeah.
at the expense of people who owe money.
Untrue?
What's
Well,
that?
inflation
Untrue
is
or true?
worse. Inflation is worse for those people.
Well, I would
5 minute
argue
cuck and
that
go.
the Fed is supposed to be making decisions independent of its
That's a big one.
consequence for
Should've gone.
progressivity and regressivity on cash balances. They have a dual mandate, full employment and low inflation. Everything else is just noise.
But if the message was, hey, we won, we landed the plane, inflation stopped, prices stopped going up, and no recession, I think that people would have been so angry at that message.
You know, people always credit Reagan for the disinflation that took place in the early 80s. The Reagan people were furious at Volcker when he raised the policy rate to 18 or 19%. But he did it because he felt that it was the right thing to do, irrespective of the politics.
How does that not go?
That's
5 minute
what Fed
cuck and go.
people are supposed to do.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
We're not about to repeat that.
Well, and they paid a huge price for it.
Nick Semiramis wrote yesterday how Democrats blew it on inflation. He is willing to point fingers. This is Nick. President Biden
X-Cur
hadn't even
starting to
been
break
inaugurated
over VWAP.
when
That's
he
how I
and his
feel.
senior advisors made a monumental gamble in January 2021 that would reverberate through his presidency. Fresh on the heels of a $900 billion COVID relief bill that Congress had approved weeks earlier, Biden proposed a $1.9 trillion stimulus bill. So a big critique in the Obama years was that there wasn't enough fiscal stimulus, and the Fed was left to push on a string and try to do it all by themselves.
Right.
The Biden folks, many of them were around, including Biden, for the Obama years, and they seemed like they really wanted to go hard the other way. Let's do more fiscal stimulus than anyone has ever done. Unfortunately, it was coming on top
As
of
long as it doesn't
all
start
of the
with
stuff
the
that
N
Trump had
word.
done, and Mnuchin and
that one
and the
that-
Federal Reserve.
And we said at the time, a lot of people did that.
Turns
This is
an area
not
into
necessary. But he
radioactive
promised
land
it.
for
Nor is it inflation
a
reducing.
millennia.
I think we all said.
Well,
But
you
yeah, it
remember,
doesn't help with the alarm.
He promised it. That's the
inflation
problem.
when you
reducing
talk
Right.
about how the Biden-Harris people were susceptible and there was a global effort to push out the incumbents and there was a global frustration with the global inflation surge. The Biden people did a lot of things on top of that. They
That was very
actually
calming with news.
passed something that they called the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the most Orwellianly named bill in the history of Congress.
It's almost perfect.
And it has done nothing
No.
except
they don't.
increase inflationary pressures. If there are 49 categories in the PPI report over the last few years, the number one thing that's increasing in the producer price report, transformers and power regulators for transmission. Power prices are going up, not just in California, but in Texas and Pennsylvania and New York. This is a
AMC
very, very inflationary bill. And I think that essentially increased the pressure
AMC has a W over
and the
442.
inflation albatross on Harris
It'll get going or not.
because
It's been
they had
a pretty
that thing
poor
looming in
sympathy
the background
at
as well, and
BRX
that people
about
did
the reverse and
experience.
rip faces
People
off.
are experiencing that every day.
And not everything is coming from the White House. You had like half the states increase minimum wage. I mean, they felt that they had to. You had the COLA adjustment for Social Security recipients, the biggest ever in 1 year. It's some of this is cause, some is effect, and some is both. Some is just like, I guess, responding to a crisis by making the crisis worse, but not intentionally. But the end result of all this, Michael, during Biden's term, prices rose in the aggregate by 20%. During Trump's term prior, 8%. It's more than a double in the aggregate rise in prices for everything. And if we go in line items and we start looking at auto insurance, it's hysterical.
Macro note: Russian forces preparing to
is
launch
really- look, there's-
intercontinental ballistic missile in a possible attack on Kyiv. Watching macro markets on that.
There it is. Beta check with it.
social issues that got people out to vote or got people really vocal. But I agree with you. It's like you had to come out and tackle this
Market
inflation
doesn't
story
seem to
head
care
on.
right now.
Even if it doesn't work, you have to make the case to people that they're making more money than ever, that their home price is rising in
I'm
value.
not saying that the story was an easy one to tell.
No,
Well, here,
definitely not.
But nobody was even trying to tell
Michael,
the story.
if you look at this chart, it's from the share of Americans who assess their own
Rippin'.
finances and the national economy positively, and the line that shows when people say, "How are your own finances?" That's steady. That's around 75%, give or take, and it doesn't really fluctuate that much. People feel okay about how they're doing. But if you ask them how is the national economy doing, and you were to chart the spread between those two responses, it has blown out like credit spreads in the GFC. Just an absolute explosion in the difference between how people think they're doing and how everyone is doing. And that is at the heart of this election.
But but we should move on to like what happens next. But if there's another big, elephant in the room with respect to the election, it was the immigration issue, which I think
before we get there, I want to ask you about the Fed.
Yeah.
Because the Fed is going to become, I think, is where the puck is headed for the now victorious GOP and all of the voices that support the GOP.
Right.
They are now going to look at the Fed as part of the problem. And Axios actually wrote today, one of the strange quirks of the 2024 election cycle, political donations by Federal Reserve System staff totaled more than $600,000, with 92% going to Democrats. I didn't fact check this. Let's assume it's directionally right. 92% rounds up to 100%. People are now going to look at the Fed like it's a not democratic institution, but a Democrat institution. And they're going to, I think, they're going to be where the puck is going. Elon just tweeted, what would be better for monetary policy, the FOMC or a Magic 8 Ball? You can imagine what the response was to the survey. But it feels like this is the next shoe to drop as a result of all this inflation.
Well, maybe. I'll tell you that
a little saber rattling, right?
A non-independent Federal Reserve tends to make things worse.
Right.
And that's what happened to Arthur Burns during the early 70s when
Hyde.
Nixon and Roger Stone, who unfortunately is still alive, was doing some of the dirty tricks on back in the early 70s.
He caved to them eventually.
And he did. He did.
Yeah.
He overruled other members of his staff. He supported the wage and price controls. And if you look
ticker APVO, Alpha Papa Victor Oscar, shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs, APVO.
Because the Republicans were threatening to stack the court essentially and put more people on the FOMC board. They were disclosing his compensation in the press. I mean, they really went after him pretty hard. So the Republicans can go after Powell and the Fed. History says it may not work so well because the one thing Trump can't bully or control is the 10-year treasury. And that's going to be the ultimate barometer and control mechanism for the next administration.
Okay.
Because the wrong kind of tariffs, I'm not saying there's no room for tariffs, but the wrong kind of tariffs and too much deportation, which tightens the labor markets, particularly the lowest quintile, and the Fed's going to have no choice but to start to hike rates again.
He can't get us to start buying the 10-year, push yields down?
You need that, and that's what's so fascinating about what's about to happen, because you need a productivity shock, right? You need a massive surge in deregulation, because when you look around the world and within the history of the United States, particularly the Eisenhower administration, deregulation pays enormous benefits in terms of small business. And the Biden people, I was looking at, there's a guy, Doug Holt-Zekin, who is at the American Action Forum, and I was reading some of his stuff over the weekend. The Biden administration went absolutely hog wild with paperwork burdening regulations, a lot of which they're trying to jam through during these last couple of months. And so I buy into the notion that
ticker Intel INTC shares are seeing heavy activity. No Qualcomm is out with comments. The CEO notes right now no large acquisition identified.
So it's going to be this horse race between the administration's deregulatory agenda, which you can throw energy into, right, with the appointment of Chris White
XCUR high day here.
as energy secretary, right, from Liberty Energy.
I heard he likes your charts.
He does. He wrote a 180-page piece last year on his view of energy, and the first chart in there came from our annual energy piece.
Hey. All right, it's good that this podcast has a voice within the administration.
But
you're saying that's the push-pull that's being set up.
Right, so it's the tariffs and the deregulation, inflationary pressures against the deflationary pressures of the deregulatory agenda and a pro-business agenda. And, we'll have to see how that turns out.
So what about the economic ramifications of what he's saying he's going to do with the immigrants?
It depends. First, let's just talk about immigration dispassionately. It's hard to do, but let's talk about immigration dispassionately for a minute.
Maybe
the United States has a low organic birth rate and needs immigrants. You know, whether you look at Heritage Institute, Cato, they all agree the United States needs some kind of immigration to prosper. But the way the Biden administration handled it was like someone who said, my car's dirty. I need to wash my car.
Drive it into the ocean.
It's about to rain.
Yeah.
I'm going to park it on the street and leave all the windows and doors and the hood and the trunk open. And that deluge cleaned the car, but also caused all sorts of problems. New York is now saddled with a $10 to $15 billion asylum hit for mostly housing, but also medical stuff. And you know how the federal government has the OMB, which is the president's mouthpiece, Office of Management and Budget, but then there's an independent congressional budget office, the CBO, that kind of tells the truth. The same thing happens with New York City's mayor. He's got his own version of the OMB, an Office of Management and Budget, but then there's Brad Lander, who's at the comptroller of the currency, who tells the truth about what's really happening. And he published a report last year that said the city is underestimating by something like $10 to $15 billion.
Oh my God!
The cost of the
and
annual
that money
cost
comes from where? Everyone, right? Police, firemen,
subway fares, you know, business taxes, taxes on the sale of property, you name it. And the problem is that money is desperately needed right now for New York to do something about the stock of underutilized office space on 23rd and 9th that is going to eventually have to get converted. It's got a 20% occupancy rate going to zero, and somebody's going to have to convert that either to industrial or residential housing, but it costs money to do. And, you know, unfortunately, the city got slammed with this asylum hit right at the time that it needs money to deal with the
So that's now going into reverse. On Trump's first day after the election, he spoke on the phone with Eric Adams. I think they want to use New York as a test case for how fast they can reverse that. You have people who are already here. I don't think you have new people who are going to arrive.
Yeah, I mean, it will be easier for them to cut the inflow rates in half or to a third.
Right.
Who knows?
Well, let me ask a dumb question. If we convert these into apartments, how many more people can the city handle?
They can certainly handle as much as we were handling. You know,
hey, Intel, when you want to stop going up like indefinitely
in years, and so the city can certainly handle more people, and we're having the opposite problem. We're having little miniature versions of the Tenderloin district in San Francisco where 3 or 4 office buildings in a row become empty. The underlying street level retail then become empty, and then it becomes like a magnet for squatters and you know, bad behavior, and then it starts to spread. And the city's going to have to be aggressive about doing something about that. And those buildings can't be left to just languish, not on the tax rolls for years until somebody figures out what to do.
Let's put these charts up from Michael. I think there's 4 of them all stacked together. But you're telling the story here visually of what you're saying. The top left is the components of comptroller estimated revisions.
I will become green
as it relates to New York City.
Right.
So what is the story here to you?
The story here is that, first of all, the mayor's underestimating by $25 billion what they're going to need over the next.
We don't have the money for that, for any of that.
Right.
It looks like.
And the and asylum is about equal to the sum of all of the other cost shortfalls that the city's experiencing.
Does Bitcoin fix this?
Yeah. Is there any and there's no offsetting revenue coming as a result of the asylum seekers, even if they start working, they're probably not paying taxes.
Not this magnitude.
Right. Okay.
Even if they're paying taxes,
it's a net zero no matter what you do.
It's a net negative. Yeah.
Net negative.
Michael, the chart on the bottom right that you mentioned, the U.S. labor force growth, foreign-born labor force versus native.
Right.
If we push a lot of these people out that do the jobs that Americans don't want to do, isn't that inflationary?
It depends how many you push out and over what period of time. And as I mentioned, that's a risk that this administration is going to be grappling with, because to the extent that they deliver on their campaign promises, which is to do this, it could have a reverberate. I mean, the Fed didn't start easing until the lowest quintile of wage growth started to roll over. And so if they tighten the labor markets too much at the lowest quintile, and that starts to hook up again because of a labor shortage, then the Fed's going to be in a box.
Are you worried about a pickup in inflation?
I think you have to be concerned about the combination of deportations, tariffs, and budget deficits on the structural inflation decline that's underway. So there's some structural forces in play now as you get normalized supply chains and there's more cars on the lots. And
X-curve.
Ticker XCUR, X-ray Charlie, Uniform Romeo, shares seen a spike in activity, new highs, XCUR.
Things underway that are bringing inflation down, but some of these things could push it back up. I think everybody understands that. But again, the Biden administration gets, in my mind, very little, if any, credit for the immigration bill that they
QSI shares getting a pop here again,
because they didn't propose it until after New York and Chicago and the other cities were feeling the fiscal impacts of having those immigrants bust there by Texas. And so I think they didn't get as much political credit for that bill as they wanted to get because it was done under duress. It wasn't something that they really believed.
They had 4 years. They waited till 3 months before.
That's the lower left chart.
3 months before the election and tried to do something bipartisan.
That's the lower left is
removals.
The lower left chart is the biggest indictment of the Biden administration's approach to immigration that I've seen.
Yeah, and it was purely ideological. It was not an economic consideration. Let's have open borders because it's great for the economy.
BUD Anheuser-Busch
purely let's reverse everything Trump did,
to drive
and I think there were a lot of people who thought there wouldn't be consequences for having elevated immigration.
I think it's really hard to ascribe motivations because nobody ever really talked about it openly. What I can talk about are the consequences that I mentioned before, which is that an enormous number of Hispanic voters felt that this was mishandled.
8 of the 10 border counties, they went for Trump, and these are almost all Hispanic, Spanish-speaking households.
Right.
Guess who loses their job first? When another 500,000 undocumented workers come across the border. Guess whose schools go to shit when they lose control?
Goldman Sachs
because
CEO
too many
David Solomon on
in the district.
CNBC said
they're not stupid.
There's a belief that
they're not voting to make people on
back
Twitter.
the level of regulation. Says capital investment markets activity is picking up. It says in 2025 we'll have more robust capital markets. Have not spoken directly with President-elect Trump. Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon said we should have a consistent process around stress testing.
Dude, this thing is going nuclear.
Twitter feel self-righteous about racial issues. They're literally voting their own survival.
Yeah.
And I think nobody was really counting on that. And it was a big shock.
I'm too old for some of these debates.
XCUR,
I
Zoom, and continuing now 12-12 on XCUR shares up 110%. X-ray Charlie Uniform Romeo.
Jesus.
Goldman Sachs CEO said market is responding to the idea that the new administration is pro-growth.
When the vast majority, until about 15 years ago, the vast majority of immigrants into this country came here legally. Through whatever mechanism it was done legally. And so I'm 62 years old, and I'm the wrong person to talk to about this because I just my parents came my father came from a family where they were originally from Lithuania, and they were named Arnold, Stanley, and Howard when they got to the United States because they were all so desperate to assimilate and become part of the United States.
Yeah.
That so I'm sympathetic to the immigrants that feel globally that there needs to be a legal process.
Yeah.
And also a legal process would then allow the United States to do what Canada, Australia, and the UK are now doing, which is needs-based immigration and merit-based immigration. In other words, we need more truck drivers.
Let's prioritize
that. Selecting for what's good for the country.
That's right.
And it's funny because they're more liberal.
There are but there's other Anglo-Saxon countries that are doing this.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, they are violently against this.
Right.
And so that's another long-term solution. to some of these issues.
Let's talk
Go
about
ahead.
the Trump trade. So since the election, the S&P is up 3%. Financials are up 8%. Discretionary is up 7.5%. That's mostly Tesla, so we'll throw that out. Energy is up 6%. Those are the big winners. Obviously, Bitcoin, U.S. dollar, interest rates. What's your take?
There's no
is the market
volume bar on it.
overdoing it, or they have
No,
it
I think
just right?
I think that makes sense, right? I mean, even up until a few days before the election, the highest Trump shares I saw in some of the betting markets were 60, 70%. So it makes sense that after the reality of his election becomes clear, that you have those things kind of gap up to the full level that they were pricing in. I mean, there's no question that this is great news for banks, right? I mean, the two things that are terrible for banks are an administration that is dead set on regulating them at every step and a flat yield curve. So now a steeper yield curve, a little less regulation, and that's good for banks. Energy, sometimes the Biden administration gets an unfair rap on energy. Oil, gas, and natural gas liquid production went up substantially under Biden, but they passed an energy bill for renewables that's going to cost somewhere between $1 and $2 trillion over the next 10-year budget window, which wasn't captured in the original CBO scoring of that bill. And obviously this administration is going to take a very different approach. It's once bills get passed, they're very hard to unwind. Trump ran in 2016 on getting rid of the Affordable Care Act and controlled both chambers of Congress and wasn't able to do it. As I mentioned, 75% of the energy bill capital spending has been taking place in Republican districts.
Yeah.
And you're starting to see quiet back channels to the administration of what they don't want them to cut.
Yeah.
The Trump people have been suggesting that all they really want to do is eliminate the EV subsidies. Like, I got paid.
How much money is that?
I got $7,500 to buy a hybrid Jeep Wrangler, which is an awful car.
We spoke about this piece of shit. I can't wait to get rid of it.
It's horrible. It gets 19 miles on a full charge, and I've had 5 recalls. One of the recalls said, even if it's not plugged in, it could explode. So
It's a big deal.
So don't park in your garage. So I parked it in the driveway, and I created a moat of gravel around it in case it imploded.
Good thinking.
So, but I got a $7,500 subsidy for a vehicle that I might or might not drive on a full charge, an electric charge. So I could drive it as a full internal combustion engine vehicle. I got the same $7,500. So that's what Trump wants to get rid of. But because it was part of the energy bill, it can only be eliminated as part of
LEU
another
Centrus Energy to invest
legislative
$60 million
bill
in
that
centrifuge
passes Congress through
manufacturing
reconciliation and
expansion.
removes it. So the Department of Energy,
They have the horses
Echo
to do.
uniform.
I mean,
they got a
more so
4.
than
They got a
Biden had.
4-seat. What is it? A 4 to 6 seat margin. It's the tightest governing
TJX
margin
CEO says
in the
import
House
tariff hikes won't
since
affect.
1900.
Okay.
So we'll see, right? McCarthy had
The
trouble
company
with the
much to
caucus.
small
Big
direct
level on
import
Bitcoin.
We'll see how
This
Johnson
is the
does.
So with the
previous
tariffs
high,
and
93,500.
how far
China
tariffs
needs to hold that. You really
tariffs
don't
they
want to
can
get
be
it.
more
X-ray
unilateral,
TJX.
right? So that's different than the
Coming from
energy.
the
So how
CEO,
quickly do you think he's going to be to respond
shares
to
of
market,
TJX
the
right
market's
now,
reaction? Because
118.70
last go
down
around, he put the tariffs
86
on, the
cents.
market didn't
That's
like it, and he didn't do
X-ray.
anything to unwind them. It said, I'm just kidding. Like, so there's a lot of people say that, oh, he's a markets guy. That's a scoreboard.
I know it's on ticker ELF.
And
Money Waters is now out
if
with a
markets
tweet
react
saying we are short ELF.
adversely-
That's what I say.
No, it's not just you. If the markets react adversely, he'll back off.
He's not going to blow up the Dow.
well,
He's not going to blow up the Dow Jones over tariffs.
I
Not
don't
the
know.
industrials, maybe the transports.
I don't know. We'll see, right? Because
FBRX 5-minute. Nice
I
call.
think we could live with the 60% tariff on an additional set of Chinese imports, a lot of which would end up making their way to the United States through third-party countries. But if he's serious, and I don't know if he's serious, if he's serious about a universal tariff of 5 to 10% on all imports, that's a big deal. We haven't had one of those since the 1930s, and I think the markets would shoot first and ask
He's not
questions
going to do
like
that.
According to news reports, he's so serious.
maybe.
He's so serious about the tariffs that he hasn't been able to finally choose his Treasury Secretary yet because he really wants somebody who will full-throated declare this is good for the American
The
market.
only thing I don't think you can say, there's very few things that you can't say on this show. But one of the things I don't think you can say on this show is what you just said, which is that he won't do X. Because none of us have any idea what he will or won't do. You probably would have said the same thing about appointing Matt Gaetz as Attorney General.
So can we?
But would you agree that if he does do that, the market cap's down 5%?
Depending on how it's structured, look, Europe puts VAT taxes in and then quietly under the table unwinds them because they make them, well, you're not subject to it here, you're not subject to it there. They're doing the same thing with carbon taxes. There's all sorts of allowances and offsets. Everything depends on the details. But I don't think you can say. What's that?
He did it with Apple. We got an iPhone exclusion. The phones are being made in China. Like that's it.
Right.
So we know that he's willing to play ball. He's not as extreme in deed as maybe he is in word.
I have no choice in my job but to wait and see what the policy pronouncements are. I will say this. He's tending to pick people for cabinet positions who are true believers in the things that he says he wants, right? I mean, by the time, like Stephen Miller, he believes it. There's no equivocation.
Oh, mass deportations, yeah.
Like there's no equivocations with him or Homan. So Trump may or may not want whatever. He's putting people in positions that really believe in those things. And that's his right as the president who won an election to pick the cabinet that he wants to have around him. And then it's up to the Senate to see whether or not they'll exercise their function of due diligence here or basically go to a recess appointment.
XCUR, another
we asked Adam Parker how disruptive mass deportations would be. When I say mass,
really
more than
weird
people,
haul.
let's say. And I think there's 11 million people of a non-citizen status in the country right now.
I think 1 million is practically speaking, logistically.
But Adam's point was on S&P earnings. How will Meta's earnings be affected by the deportation of 1 million? It wouldn't be at all.
It wouldn't be because the most profitable companies in the S&P right now
they're not involved
have
in that
incredibly low labor to capital ratios, and the labor they do hire are not at that level. So now you're talking about, the entire consumer discretionary sector, some of the staple companies, and then other industries that feed off of that. So I think we'll have to see. We may end up in some kind of middle ground where there's some remember,
RFK Jr. is exploring
Illinois,
plan to upend Medicare's physician
California,
payment system.
a lot of states and even Florida are going to vigorously resist some of this. There's a lot of project sites in Florida that are months behind schedule because they can't get workers. Some of the agricultural fields are already empty.
Why are you betting
a lot of the small business people
because of the news
are
it's
worried
not a
about
big
this,
position.
and we'll see how it goes.
Not going to hold it very much longer. I would
I'm
have
not
expected this to go down
that
quite a
this
bit
is
from
as
here.
doable
But
as the administration might think.
Mike, the last time you were on here, I think we spoke about some of your top 10 surprise predictions for 2024. Any victory laps? Anything you got terribly wrong?
Let's see. I did predict that Biden was going to drop out of the race for health reasons.
Yep, nailed it.
So nailed that one.
Yep.
Where's this? Oh, I got it right here. Okay, top 10 surprises.
We can go through it, and I'll tell you which ones I got right.
U.S. dollar remains stable.
I was right about that. In spite of all the hand-wringing of people that are like, the BRICS are going to have their own currency.
The dollar was fine.
The DOJ, FTC win a big antitrust case.
They did against Google.
President Biden withdraws sometime between Super Tuesday and the November election.
He did. And can we just stop for a second? Can I tell you the two insights I had about why I was comfortable writing that? The first was an interview he did in August 2023, where somebody asked him, what would you do if China invaded Taiwan? And he answered the question, which no president has ever done, because you're not supposed to. That's part of official U.S. policy.
And he said one China is the stated U.S. policy.
And he said we'd bomb Mexico.
No, he said that we would defend Taiwan, and like his people immediately went into overdrive and had to explain it. That was number one. So that was clear to me that he was kind of losing it. The second one is my wife's mother was widowed in her early 70s and then spent the next 25 years like dating lots of older men. So she's an expert on the health decline of older men.
of me.
So I asked her, it's the only time she's ever been helpful to me in a
Swipe right or
professional
swipe
setting
left, you asked her.
in
That's funny.
35 years. But like, what is your professional opinion as a serial dater of old men
And she
on
said di-
Biden's
she said
conditions?
diapers.
And she said,
Diapers.
Stone Fox.
she said, look, the way his elbows were, the way he's walking, he's in terminal decline.
Yeah.
So those were the two things that I keep going.
What an edge. Okay. Number 4, the driverless car backlash is coming.
That's kind of a yellow, that's mixed. It didn't not happen or happen. I will say this, the LiDAR stocks are still in,
Minute and a half.
down 90%. So there's no evidence that self-driving
RCAT
cars are
shares
kind of
making
picking
a
up.
new
And
high
look
now.
how poorly
Romeo Charlie
Tesla
Alpha
stock
Tango.
was performed the morning after they did the auto
$6.62,
cab rollout.
up 33%.
Broadly
Rolled out a two-door taxi. Can you think of something with less
Company
actual
and
use?
Paladine
A one-door
AI
taxi.
expanded
Yeah.
their
Keep going.
partnership for Teal
Broadly
drones. That was
syndicated
reported
loan
earlier.
losses rise above private credit losses for the first time.
That didn't happen.
RCAT.
Argentine dollarization will fail if implemented.
That's a mixed bag. They've now backed off against dollarization and say they want to have a bi-monetary economy. But I will say this, the progress they've made as measured by a bunch of different market and economic statistics towards stabilization is much better than I thought it was.
He's a star, that dude. He's in the United States right now.
But it's only him.
Yeah.
That's the risk for Argentina. It's only him, and there's still a giant party of Peronists that are waiting for him to fail.
Well, the thing with the
Fed's
Peronists
Cook
is that
said this
they are
moment could be
without
incredibly important if
any
productivity
ideological
shifted
constraints.
higher.
If populism is hot right now, they'll push you a populist. If fascism is hot, they'll push you one of those. They have every flavor available.
But I will say that the stabilization program that they're working on has done better than I thought it would.
4 more. Russian invasion of Ukraine drags on with no ceasefire in 24.
Correct.
Nailed it.
Despite storm clouds over U.S. regional banks, their stocks will do well in 2024.
Absolutely. Got that right.
Due to retirement of dispatchable
Next,
power
Fed Governor
generation and
Cook,
underinvestment in
Lisa D.
pipelines,
Cook.
gas storage, and winterization, major U.S. cities will face electricity outages. Thank God
That didn't happen.
did not happen.
XCUR,
Last one.
moving
Researchers will
again.
complete work on an inhaled COVID vaccine that will sharply
Shares
reduce
hitting
transmission.
That happened.
$13.99.
That's being
Holy
rolled out.
shit
Okay.
balls, dude.
So I got 6
Not
right,
bad.
6
Continue
right,
Pretty
to
damn good.
spike here.
2 mixed, 2 wrong. And this was done in honor of Byron Wien, although Byron never kept
nuts.
score. And so
No,
I
it
think
would ruin the exercise.
Right.
I think.
well,
from
I'm going to
his
keep
perspective.
score. I'm doing another
GME
one.
doing
I've
some
decided to
work.
do another one next year, but
Okay.
I'm going to publish a table of what I got right.
Before we let you out of here,
Yeah.
give us a couple
There's
of
a lot.
minutes on
Yeah.
RFK
1470
Jr.
now
What time is it?
and Matt
Execure.
Gates.
323.
This room purposely has no clocks or windows, like a casino.
It's like a casino.
Yeah.
We're not kicking you out.
Okay. What's your take on? Are these for shock value or is it like payback? Like I owe RFK because he swung his 500,000 people my way when I needed it. Like what is the thinking behind doing this kind of stuff?
I don't know.
66.
I mean, it's hard. I mean, I don't know.
It's stunt casting
I don't
though.
know.
It does get headlines.
The stocks
and he
hate
loves
it.
that.
Biotech, healthcare stocks are doing
course.
They
terrible.
crushed anything
course.
with vaccines,
Yeah.
Pfizer,
I-
Moderna.
I don't want to get too deeply into it. I mean, I in one of my pieces recently, I gave people a bunch of links if they want to read about his history and what he's gotten right and what he's gotten wrong. And in particular, some outbreaks that have taken place around the world as soon as he airlifted himself in there. But you know, I have
It's gonna go.
I have a kid with a deadly peanut allergy.
Yeah.
And
It's all in your head.
there are
Fed's
things
Cook
that have
says
changed
possible
about the
even
food
that the
supply.
U.S.
Yeah.
is
And there are
underestimating
things that are really
the
unhealthy
production
about,
gains from
about
AI.
the, aspects of the American food ecosystem. And so there may be certain things that he's able to shine a light on. If you look back, there are some FDA drug recalls of some really bad drug. Remember Cerebrex?
Coolest stuff in here,
Right.
boys.
So, and there's
It was giving people heart attacks.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
The FDA isn't infallible.
That's
We-
right.
We agree.
And they have not just recalls. There's a long list of drugs that are put on some kind of a blacklist, which is basically like
Ticker
take them
Meta
if you
META
want,
this week's
but we're not
557,
responsible for
50
what happens
calls
to you.
coming in
So
Coolest
active
stuff
for
in,
Meta.
boys.
fair questions to ask about the drug development establishment. I'm just not sure that he's the right guy. to do it.
no medical background, no scientific degrees of any kind. He's a very opinionated person who studies these issues, but then he also does things like conflate vaccines with mercury with autism In Europe, they don't have mercury in the vaccines, and they have the same incidence of autism.
Yeah.
So very easily debunked pet theories.
He's not great for the scientific method. Let's just say that. Vaccines are, and I had a table in a recent Eye on the Market that showed before and after vaccines by decade for specific diseases. Along with antibiotics, vaccines are the greatest achievement in the history of biomedical science. Doesn't mean that there can't be improvements to the process, but I think that's an indisputable fact.
Matt Gaetz, as Attorney General, the most powerful law officer in the land.
Yes, I'm putting my dog in charge of cat protection.
Yeah. Well, you have a chart. Can we throw your chart up?
Yes, you can.
I thought this was an important way to think about it. Like, let's say you're not on Twitter and you don't understand the animosity toward him because of potential sex scandals and all this stuff.
Not getting
throw all that out.
No idea.
No, throw all that out. Just the relevant experience. 100 years of U.S. Attorney General appointments by prior years of experience. You point out.
There's a lot going on this chart.
Okay. Gaetz has not served in the Department of Justice,
right?
A U.S. Attorney's office,
right?
A state Attorney General's office,
right?
Lacks prosecutorial experience at federal and state levels,
right?
Nor does he have executive experience at a major U.S. or state agency. He worked at a small Florida law firm.
9 lawyers.
Okay. So like a strip mall, basically, law firm. And then he was in the Florida state legislature, and that's it. So forget about all the personal stuff with him. Who knows what's true, what's not. Just on that basis alone, it seems weird that Trump wants to die on this hill. Or maybe this is the guy that you throw out there so that the Democrats get to say no to one, which is my theory.
Well, no, that the Republicans get to say no to one.
Well, everyone gets to say no to one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone feels better. All right, we didn't let him do Gaetz. He got this, he got this, he got this. We got rid of that guy. Is that possible?
It's possible.
He's smart like that.
It's possible. I don't know. Like, when you look at the appointments in aggregate, it looks like they're trying to break something to make it better.
Okay.
And I'm going to take this administration at their word. I think they're going to break something.
Okay.
So in my outlook for 2025, I think while the markets might end up the year higher, I'd be surprised if we didn't have a 12 to 15% correction along the way.
Damn.
I'm going to be telling our clients to kind of prepare for that.
When the potential chaos dawns on people.
Or when they're going to break something. And I don't necessarily know in advance what that's going to be. But their rhetoric is,
AI,
we want to
C3
disrupt,
AI,
we want to break things,
Gemini,
we want to change the way that things function.
Enterprise
I'm going to take them at their word that that's exactly what they're
well,
going to
do. Well, that Doge thing, I mean, that's a whole other, we didn't even talk about that.
You know, at the end of the Planet of the Apes movie, Dr. Zaius says to Charlton Heston, you know, go out and look. You might not like what you find, right? And then he goes and he sees the Statue of Liberty.
That's a great way to end this conversation.
Well,
okay, no, but okay, why am I saying that? There's 300,000 employees in the federal government. As a share of the total workforce, it's 2%. That's the lowest number it's been in 85 years. So go ahead,
what are you cutting?
But
right.
But you're already dealing with that low workforce. Now I hope you have the chart on the entitlements versus the other.
We have it.
Okay. Please bring that up.
So what does the federal government actually spend money on?
Here's the other thing that Trump and his political advisors might not like. Because Elon and Vivek are going to go out looking for not just people, but big dollars to cut. Look at that gold line. Because of prior bills, non-defense discretionary spending is already been cut to the bone to its lowest level since the early 1960s.
Entitlement, look at that.
The real money, right, to quote the guy like, you know, I rob banks because that's where the money is, it's entitlements.
Yeah.
And so what's going to happen when Vivek and comes back and—
Would they dare?
And say, well, you're going to have to make some changes to Medicaid. That's where the money is.
Would they?
So I think it would cause a crisis within the Trump people because a lot of people would say that's politically the third rail.
For the listener's benefit, the blue line of this chart is entitlement spending, which by 2034 is expected to, is that 5x versus what it was in 1965?
No, it's 5x the level of non-defense discretionary spending. Let me spend 60 seconds on this.
Please, I want to know what's in the gold line.
Okay. In the 1960s, like a third of the people in the United States over 65 lived in poverty.
Yeah.
So there was a growing support in both parties for some kind of safety net. They created the safety net at the end of the 1960s with
the Great Society.
Well, yes,
LBJ.
Lyndon Johnson.
Yeah.
So Medicaid, Medicare, enhancements to Social Security, which had already existed. But they said, how much money should we spend on this? Let's spend roughly the same amount of money on this as we spend on everything else. And everything else is border control, the judiciary, infrastructure, satellites, airports, all of the things that the federal government spends money on.
Drinking supply, like very vital stuff.
Job retention, all the stuff that you could argue
ELF beauty
is critical for future growth.
21, following that.
But they didn't put any guardrails or breakwaters on this whole system. So over time, the blue line kept going up as a multiple of the gold line and is out of control because there's no other countries have guardrails on this ratio. We don't. And so this is just keeping growing. And ultimately,
this is distinct from Social Security. That's its own animal.
No, Social Security is in the blue.
So my understanding
is, but the bigger pieces of the blue, is Medicaid, Medicare.
A lot of the things in here, a lot of this stuff was meant to supplement people's retirement. Social Security was not meant to pay for someone's entire retirement, but it's now being used that way. Yeah. Among the bottom fifth of the population that need it.
That's for some people, yes, for some people, no. The bigger issue with Social Security is, you remember this, when it was originally structured,
the average
the life expectancy of
61
was basically that you die and wouldn't get it. So the median person would never get the money.
Yeah.
Now, the median ages are, late 80s, early 90s, depending upon what demographic you're looking at.
Well,
but the bottom line is that I don't know what they're going to find that's meaningful. And what I'm expecting from Vivek and the Doge department with Elon is lots of fanfare and cork popping and a very small amount of headcount and dollars they're going to cut.
Here's another theory. He's setting them up as the scapegoat for when something goes wrong.
No.
He can get rid of this Doge thing in 2 seconds. It's not an actual government department.
No, it's not.
So he could say, they failed you, they failed me, they're out. I want them out of the White House. Like, it almost seems like, hey, heads, I win because they cut a lot of waste and it gives me things to say on from the podium. Tails, they failed to do anything meaningful. I just get rid of them, and I don't really pay the consequence for that.
The missing piece here that I haven't shown is military spending. And military spending is notoriously difficult to cut, probably has an enormous amount of potential for cutting. Like, what happens when you go to Northrop Grumman and you're like, okay, this B-1 bomber is years late and billions behind schedule. What are you going to say to them? We don't want the plane?
Yeah.
So ultimately, there's been a lot of research done on tremendous cost overruns in the military. Maybe they can set up requisitioning processes that improve on that, but that would take years to do.
Well, if Musk knows anything, he knows that.
Yes, that will take years to do.
Yeah.
And there are so many contracts that are currently in train that you wouldn't even see the benefits of that by the end of Trump's first term, by the end of Trump's term. Let me know if you want to spend just a few minutes on some of the AI stuff we're working on too, because that's...
We have you.
We have you.
Okay.
Shoot.
All right. All right. Clear your head. What's fascinating about what's going on is you have these hyperscalers, right, that are spending, let's call it rough numbers, about $500 billion a year building out GPU infrastructure. Jeez. And they're scheduled over the next couple of years to make, let's say, $100 billion a year. So there's a $400 billion hole in between the money that people are spending and giving to NVIDIA and other data centers and stuff like that, and the amount of money that they're making. And so that's the biggest question, I think, for the markets, putting all this election stuff aside, is within the next 12 to 18 months, are we going to start seeing the killer apps that make JP Morgan fill in part of that 400 billion? Like, are we going to be able to reduce our workforce by 20% or enhance our productivity by 20% and be willing to spend on inference models to close some of that gap?
Signs of this are not encouraging.
It's a mixed bag.
The day that Microsoft put out its initial Copilot numbers, the stock got hammered. The whole NASDAQ got hammered. Do you have an iPhone 16 yet?
No.
You don't need one. I have it.
Yeah.
I updated the software. Siri is dumber than she's ever been. Honestly,
there's a lot
very
of
rote tasks.
What I can't tell is all the like what you're seeing from OpenAI and a lot of companies and the street is AI adoption rates are going up. There's no question about that.
Yeah, we agree.
But AI adoption rates could be as simple as a company's just checking the box. Yeah, we have our employees use GPT when they want. We don't have any answers yet on how much people are actually going to be willing to shell out in real hard dollars for this stuff when it comes time for them paying for it. Or how are these hyperscalers going to make all this money back?
Well, the hyperscalers, they continue to say, the ones that are spending $500 billion on this, they continue to say the biggest risk is underinvesting.
That's true.
Yes.
How many quarters can you say that
That's
with
true.
no uptick in ROI?
Good luck catching up once you get behind.
Just for
6
fun.
quarters, 8 quarters?
Just for fun, I went back to our archives and I looked at the amount of money that Corning made in 1999 and 2000 laying fiber optic cable. And after that dream unwound, it took them 20 years to make the amount of money that they made in 1999.
Yeah.
Because there were so that's my concern. Eventually, all
How
this
can you
GPU
compare
infrastructure is going to be utilized.
Okay. How can you compare fiber optic cabling to something that could literally cut your workforce by 20%? And it's...
How long will it take? And who's going to go bankrupt on the way there? And, some of this the risk is underinvesting. Be careful for these empire builders, even within banks like JP Morgan. All the big firms now have these independent AI departments full of engineers. They're not profit centers, they're cost centers, and cost centers typically get evaluated in terms of their importance based on how many people they have and what their budgets are. That's the last guy
in defense, though,
that I'm going to go to say how is this working out? What are the cost benefit issues associated with AI adoption? Do you think we should spend more money?
So Michael is quoting Sundar Pichai at Alphabet, and to defend him saying the biggest risk is underinvesting, for Google it probably is. If we have a permanent shift in behavior whereby the user expects to get the answer, not a list of links where the answer might be found, nobody is more susceptible to that than the Google search monopoly.
And I have found the AI overview that appears in Google searches to be quite helpful.
Yeah.
I'm not paying for that. I'm not paying for that. And they've already got 95+% search browser market share. So that's not going to increase their margins or pay for that. That's a defensive strategy. The same way that they're paying $30 billion a year to Apple for Google to be the default.
They won't be allowed to do anymore either.
Depending upon how the Justice Department lawsuits kind of work out of settlement.
Yeah, and Google is not monetizing the AI summary to the extent that they monetize search, and they're probably years away from being able to do that. So if anybody can say the risk is underinvestment, it's not Zuckerberg, it's not Tim Cook, it's literally Google.
All right, so the biggest risk to the market over the next, let's call it 12 to 18 months.
Yes.
Is it big tech pullback, because that will drag the market down with it, it's so big?
Yeah.
Or is it something macro, Trump related?
I think the bigger risk is this recognition that, like, right now, let's use like the metaverse scale, right? The metaverse was a complete loser in almost every regard. The markets are pricing the metaverse risk of AI at 0. If the markets price a 30% metaverse outcome for AI, right? Yeah. Like, so it doesn't work. It's like how much fear and uncertainty has to creep in, because right now everybody buys in 100%. And so all that has to happen is for some uncertainty to creep in about the timetable for some of this stuff.
Nothing.
And look, we're watching.
AI can't do anything
all
without
of
being
the
its
corporate
handheld.
AI
The
adoption.
problem
watching
is
the spend
is
that
once you get
do
to that tipping
models.
point in AI where it's actually AI, not just like an algorithm that's, whatever, something that's actually thinking on its own. Once you get to that tipping scale, there's no coming back, and you're going to be exponentially ahead. Everybody's trying to get to that point. It's like a zero-sum game.
We're waiting to see evidence that self-driving vehicles are
Like
good
a
enough to actually
self-correcting
work
algo.
in places other than Phoenix and San Antonio where they're sunny every day, you know, and we're waiting to see. But I think that's the biggest risk for the market.
It's amazing that these companies have spent so much money and their margins are still going higher.
Imagine
At the
AI
same,
just
like
creating
the
its
margins are
own
not being impacted by the
computer
spend.
chips.
However, the benefit that they're getting is the
damn.
multiple expansion. Because if this does not come to fruition, the margins might stay high, but the multiples will contract immediately.
And let's finish up with a few energy-related things.
Beauty, making more new
All
lows
of
now
these
down about
hyperscalers have
15%,
committed to their customers and their stakeholders that the power is going to be green. Okay, not so fast.
AI flashlights.
You can't recommission a nuclear
Golden
plant
age.
that's
Yeah, it'll
already in
be
the process of being decommissioned.
pretty crazy. No
There are
doubt.
3 plants in the United
Like when they
States,
get
Palisades in
real
Michigan,
AI,
Glen Ellyn in Iowa,
not like
and 3 Mile Island reactor number 1.
search
that were
engine
decommissioned
2.0.
within the last few
Like
years,
real
haven't
AI.
been dismantled yet, where the spent fuel is moved off.
That's what everybody's going
They
for,
start
right?
dismantling the equipment,
And that changes the
So,
world.
Yeah, there are 3 instances,
And whoever
of
gets that first,
decommissioned
it's like the
nuclear
holy
plants
grail.
that
You-
may be able to go on the
You're
grid,
the most powerful
but there's not
thing
12
on
of them.
Earth.
There are
To your
tons
AI,
of companies
there you go,
competing to
Homicide.
build
I'm
small
working
modular
now.
reactors. Not a single
we will all
one
have
of
to
them
bow
has
down.
ever been delivered on time, under budget, or is
We
currently
do have to play the
operational.
game.
So that's a lottery ticket. Maybe it pays off, maybe it doesn't. So the other big thing staring
that
these
makes
data
sense.
center investments in the face is the power expenditures
jobs
are going to
will
be
last.
high
Yeah,
unless
until
they
there's
just
AI
kind
robots.
of quietly push all the green stuff under the rug and rely on natural gas,
Well,
of which
there was
there's
time to do
plenty.
that.
will
This
let
might be
us
the
know
time.
it's not gonna-
That's
This
right.
might be when you get away with it.
That's right.
Oh man, this has been incredible.
Please
You have fun on the
don't.
show today?
I did.
All right.
I did.
We always
This is
learn
my-
so much from you. I want to tell people where they can subscribe to Eye on the Market, because I would imagine
don't think
people
anybody's gonna
listening to
say
you would love to go deeper on some of these
computer
topics.
thinking on its
Well,
own
I
is gonna be
generally
life.
publish everything I write.
A biological
First, it goes to our
life.
clients,
Yep.
you know, on the first day, and then
I don't
within a
think
day or
that's
2,
gonna be a
I
debate.
publish it on LinkedIn.
Okay. So follow Michael Sembalist on LinkedIn, and if you want it early, be a JP Morgan client would be
Right.
the
When
right way to
fake
phrase
bots
it.
are gone, it's
Okay.
finally real.
When is your 2025 outlook coming out? Everyone wants to see that. Is that next week?
Oh, you don't, Blaze.
No. It always
You
comes
don't.
out the same day. It always comes out on January 1st of the new year.
Oh, okay. All right. So we got some
Jamie, back to
anticipation
these
built into that.
highs.
Yeah. Because do you guys publish an outlook of some kind or a top 10
I do
list?
predictions.
You do
Michael
predictions.
does predictions. I, as a rule, we're a firm that doesn't predict. Barry's written thousands of
That's your
posts
design
on why we
sensation
don't
where you
predict.
can cost the
We don't
company
think that we
money,
have
and
any
I can do
sort
it
of
in 5
edge on
seconds.
what's
Yeah,
gonna
and not
happen
have
next
to
year.
pay your health insurance
So-
Mine
and
is
your
for fun.
retirement
And
benefits.
Michael does it for fun. But I
So
saw
many
the
jobs
first
are going to be
two
disrupted.
2025 outlooks from Wall Street today. Brian Belsky's is out.
Yeah.
He's at 6,700 on the S&P
Mhm.
on 275 in earnings, which would be about an 18% expected growth
Thing
for earnings.
beat me up last time
Not
taking
sure
it
if
up
we
here.
get there without
Piece
AI.
of shit.
I guess would be the way I would phrase it. And I saw somebody else's.
Morgan Stanley came.
Mike Wilson came out,
Mike Wilson.
and he's now a bull.
6,500, yeah.
6,500.
Oh, yeah. He
All right.
changed his tune.
Yeah, it's crazy how that happens.
Ding, ding, ding.
PLCN, Volcon,
I bet you're
getting a
thrilled not to have
pop
to
here, light
do a
volume, Victor Lima,
S&P
Charlie November.
500 price target, year-end price target.
You know, the
That's
great,
not easy.
The great thing about being on the buy side
6,500,
Yeah.
that what
is
he said?
people don't reward us for that kind of thing. They
That's right.
reward us for whether or not we manage their portfolios in a way that meets their expectations for risk-adjusted returns, whether that's an endowment, a foundation, a pension plan, or an individual.
halted.
And so I just want to close with something. I had a health scare this year. I had a cardiac ablation procedure about a month ago.
Oh, wow.
And I was kind of feeling tired and exhausted before then. And I had that procedure. And so far, it seems to have worked. And there's the applause. It goes to Mount Sinai.
Okay.
They deserve all the applause. And it
Oh,
made
for crying
me
out loud.
appreciate and kind of reinvigorate me
Not
for,
again!
continuing to work and do this kind of stuff and do this show.
Mother-
And I really enjoy it. And so thank you very
Well,
much.
I'm going to tell you.
for
I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody who's been reading you forever, you're at the top of your game, Michael. Sembalist,
Unbelievable.
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank
The
you.
top
Never
six
better,
are real,
never better than
man.
Right now, it's probably even the top.
2 times.
It's only downhill from
Hey
here.
guys, make sure we follow Michael Sembalist.
Did it
on
here,
LinkedIn
now
at
did it here.
JPMorgan.com. Find the research page. His stuff will be on there. Special thanks to Duncan. Special thanks to Daniel.
That was a good compound. Just a chair to me. $60. Someone piece of shit. I want to play a 1 minute cock here or ad. The Anderson profit off. There's no stop. Yeah. All right, 1 minute cock. So it'd be a 58 break.
TJX executive said home goods could see tailwinds from new homes in the spring.
Ad.
Tango and Juliet X-ray.
No margin. Freaking
That on their
turd.
conference call.
All right. Well, there's the 1 minute. Didn't do much with it. Oh, second attempt. I think if this wall breaks, it goes. This is acting a lot different than this. Oh, do it. Do it. Do it. Fire 64. Come save me. Good volume. You piece of shit. Yes. 66. That's all we need. Juice it, daddy. Watch AMC. If it goes high, Dan rips. This is the old double D knockers here. The old double D knockers pattern. 69. Oh, Billy. Okay. INTC. Now you go down, you piece of shit. X curve 5 minute looking juicy here. Got a trailing stop on that rest. That just filled. Okay.
META, Meta introducing AI backgrounds and noise suppression and more for messenger calling. That's Michael Echo Tango Alpha, META.
GameStop juicing. Hasn't done anything. No problem. Lala Lily. Glad you're sticking around. This man needs a sub now. The juice is loose. Yeah, Intel dips now after it just doesn't move right, man. Literally just said we're not buying Intel. Okay, I'll just bounce on 100% of the move. No big deal. And then it'll gap down $2 tomorrow. It's like every time. I told it. I faxed my policy. Interesting. Over 20. Under 25 and over 21. QSI is getting interesting. Sounding a little rough there. Jeez.
Fed's Bowman says October payrolls likely rose at recent average pace after accounting for hurricanes. Boeing strike, low response rate. Bowman said U.S. Central Bank.
Bowman early release.
Should pursue a cautious approach on monetary policy. Fed may be closer to neutral policy than policymakers currently think. Inflation remains a concern.
I didn't make
Bowman
anything.
says she
Purity.
agreed
I lost
to
$100.
support November Fed rate cut.
I'd be green on them right now if I held.
Preference to lower rates gradually. Bowman says she's pleased that November Fed policy statement provided optionality in deciding future policy adjustments. Progress in lowering inflation appears to have stalled. Bowman says she sees greater risks to price stability mandate, though deterioration in labor conditions is possible. Bowman said the economy is strong, labor market is near full employment, inflation is elevated.
Sure.
Bowman said sideways move in core personal consumption expenditures. Inflation since May reflects increased demand for affordable housing, inelastic housing supply. Bowman said unemployment rate is below her own estimate. A full employment rise this year reflects weaker hiring. That from the Fed Governor Bowman.
INTC low a day. Peace.
S&P futures ticking lower, down about 30 now.
AZI dump. Xcur down to the VWAP. Just call you turn, tell them to turn off options and turn on futures. Shut your mouth. All right, little 5-minute break here.
The ticker IPE India Papa shares spiking with activity. IP. But paper and packaging related stocks seeing a spike in activity as well. PKG. SW Sandy Whiskey.
BKKT box share is falling here a bit, 3107. Still up about 5% for Bravo Kilo Kilo Tango. International paper shares now up 4% at the high. India Papa.
Now ticker QUBT, Quebec Uniform Bravo Tango shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs, QUBT.
BX, Blackstone, Karen Firestone trims her stake in Blackstone BX. On CNBC, Karen Firestone bought more EPAM, and Steve Weiss bought more Vertiv. Karen Firestone trims Health Equity, HQY. Steve Weiss buys more Leidos. LDOS. Financial Times reporting Unilever shelves private equity plan for its ice cream business. That from Financial Times, UL, Uniform Lima. Fed's Bowman said it's concerning that we are calibrating policy, but haven't reached the inflation goal. Said the Fed needs to be flexible. That's from the Fed Governor Bowman. AIM, Alpha India Michael. AIM Immunotech CEO purchased 60,000 shares at 18 cents per share average price. That's Alpha India Michael, AIM. Bowman said even when we bring inflation down, prices are still more expensive. PFE Pfizer, UK CMA Competition Appeal Tribunal finds Pfizer and Flynn $69 million for excessive pricing after CMA investigation found Pfizer and Flynn abused their position by charging excessive prices for phenytoin sodium capsules between 2012 and 2016. That's PFE Pfizer.
On ticker AstraZeneca, AZN shares are seeing increased activity, new lows for AstraZeneca. You note on ticker GameStop, GME shares are seeing continued activity. Note unusual activity is being noted on social media for GameStop. Call outs for this week's $27 calls.
Final trades on CNBC, CNX, EQT. Muddy Waters Carson Block currently on CNBC discussing his report on Elf Beauty. Shares of ELF off the lows now, 110.83, down about 9%. Echo Lima Foxtrot.
Just a note for information purposes on ticker IP, ticker SLVM, Sandy Lima Victor Michael. Note on volume spike on IP. Note SLVM is the spinoff for IP. SLVM seeing new highs.
KOPN Copen getting a pop to the highs, 93 cents. Kilo Oscar Papa November.
Ticker AMC. Alpha Michael Charlie shares are seeing continued heavy activity here. New highs for AMC. GameStop continue to see unusual activity at the highs now.
AMC Entertainment getting a pop to the high, 456. Shares of COS are popping here now. Kilo Oscar Sandy. CDC
No
says
ticker,
expects
McDonald's.
hospitalizations for flu and COVID-19 to start increasing in the coming weeks. Illnesses are at low levels right now in the rural U.S. PALA, Palisade,
The
Bio
CNBC
getting
reported
initiation
McDonald's is
at
preparing a
Brookline
2025
Capital with
McValue
a
offering
buy
for
rating at
McDonald's.
$38 price target. That's Papa Alpha Lima India, PALI. Shares moving on that news. QSR restaurant brands falling here. Quebec Sandy Romeo. Restaurant brands 6788 falling here on some volume now. CNBC reporting McDonald's working on a new McValue approach for next year that involves keeping a $5 meal offer on the menu for the first half of the year and a buy one, add one option. That's Michael Charlie Delta.
Let's hear QGEN, Quebec Golf Echo November. Shares are seeing an increase of activity, new highs. QGEN. Let's hear QGEN. Shares continue to see activity, new highs. Quebec Golf Echo November.
QGEN, QGEN shares popping to the highs, 41.96, up about 2.5%. Quebec Golf Echo November.
Sorry about that. My appliance guy. It's longer than the anticipated break.
DYAI, Dyadic, up about 44% on relatively light volume. That's Delta Yankee Alpha India, DYAI.
He's fixing my oven. One of the elements went out on it. GME up against that 30.
XPEL and RIVN, XPEL and Rivian expand collaboration with new PPF and window film program. That's X-Ray Papa Echo Lima, Romeo India Victor November.
Give him a good tip. He's still here. He only gets a good tip if he does a good job. GME. Yeah, we'll see. There's some levels here. $30's a big one. Obviously, big psychological level. Damn, Reddit. No, that's the Menther Q, Disher. That's that link. They have a free version. You can check it out. But these are levels from Menther Q. November, solid month. Well, it turned into a solid month. I actually didn't do jack shit the first week. It was just last week. Like for the 1st through the 8th, I didn't do anything. I think it was plus $300, and then last week was $7,500, and then this week is a solid week so far. So it's just market conditions, man. Here for the cocks and cucks. Damn right. That's what I love
The
to-
crypto news: Trump is mulling, creating first ever White House crypto roll. Bitcoin related names seeing activity.
First ever Bitcoin roll? What the hell does that even mean?
Bloomberg reporting Trump team most creating first ever White House crypto roll. That from Bloomberg.
What does that even mean? Oh, crypto roll as an like a ROLE. Okay, I was thinking like a job. Okay, job role. No. MentorQ is in addition to TradingView. It implements into TradingView. It's not a charting platform. So this is TradingView, but MentorQ gives you these levels to put on your TradingView chart. It's not a competitor. It works with it. Sushi. I didn't know what the hell he was saying. Like roll call. I don't know what he was saying. Impeaches. Son of a bitch. Only if it's gas station sushi. Chrome extension bolt on for TV. It's not even a Chrome extension. It's a study. It's a study you pay for. So like if you go to indicators or whatever, it would be did they change where all this stuff is? Or whatever. It's one of these. It changed, right? Where's all the other ones? Anyway, it's somewhere in there.
Juice me, daddy.
Alien Trades, let's go, buddy. 21 months. I'm hot as balls. With the Black Friday sales, not a bad play there, homie. SPAI, what are you doing? That chart looks like ass. That didn't do anything. It did. Me losing the 9 EMA. It's gonna bounce here. 29 break. 29 break and bounce. Give it to me. Oh, it's too slow. Yellow on what? What are we talking about? Monster? What? I'm so confused. I actually don't like this price action on Bitcoin right now. Not a fan. But we'll see. It doesn't look terrible yet. Two, one. FBRX curling, keep an eye on that one. Maybe over 1578 or something like that. Low and go. Player 97. Yuck. Tried it. Didn't work. Sailor's name for what position? What are we talking about? Oh, crypto roll. God, you're all over the place. Got some levels there. I am tired. I've been up since 2 a.m. Yeah. It's getting pretty extended here. Take a nap, come back for a video. Don't you put that on me, hamster. I just got the price in for my half cow. Jeez, this, what'd they say? Hanging weight is 423 pounds, $3,100. Jeez. That is way up. All right, give me the 50-cent break, and then we buy. $6.80 a pound. Well, you got to think that's every cut of meat, you know, steaks and everything. Like, good luck going get your ribeye for $6 a pound. Break and bounce, baby. Break and bounce. This is lower Bollinger Band on the 5-minute here. I don't expect this going much lower right now. It could. It's pretty disgusting sell-off. It just spent, what is this, 2 hours? 2 hours up, 20 minutes down? That's insane. $28.30. Maybe. I'm just looking for a little bounce play. Nothing crazy. Up to the 90 EMA would be great.
Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 201. Down 41.75. The Dow futures down 158. Nasdaq down 200. Crude is down 29 cents at $68.95. Natural gas up 20 cents at $3.18. Gold is up 20.50 at 26.51.50. Bitcoin futures up 805 at 93,900. Coming up after the close, earnings from NVDA, NVIDIA, PANW, Palo Alto Networks, SNOW, Snowflake, JACK, Jack in the Box.
PanW, what's it doing? Does it have earnings today? Yeah, I can hear. Oh, I didn't hear what he said. No, because you were too busy beeping in my face. Just splatting that beep all over the place. Yes, they have earnings. Got it. Thank you. Nancy bought a bunch of call options on PanW, I believe. What's up, Dapper? Over $1 million January deep in the money. Yeah. Dude, if she knocks it out of the park, how jacked up is that? Look at that little touch and go. Freaking called it. Escalator 2 move going to crash the market? I don't know. What is going to happen on NVIDIA? I am worried about Tesla. I don't know why you would be worried about Tesla. Tesla's about to go freaking insane off the daily chart. Unless you think NVIDIA is going to crash the market. Which it could. What? Last earnings, it dumped. I'm not mistaken. Was that this pullback? It always gets back up. Everybody, I predict, if it drops, it will immediately get bought up the next day because everybody's anticipating the flood of demand that is ready for Blackwell. For instance, retail, which I am, the rumor is the 5090. We're just talking about retail chips here, not even the server side, whatever the big boys use. AI stuff. We're not talking about that. Just on the retail side. All right. Retail. The price that is rumored for the 5090 is between $2,000 and $2,500. If they made it $3,000, I'd still be buying it. Okay. And I don't know anybody that's waiting for the 5090. I don't know anybody that'd be like, oh, yep, not going to buy it now. They wouldn't do it. Everybody that wants the 5090 is going to get the 5090 regardless of price. That is Blackwell. Tariffs? Maybe. Suppose, I mean, you got to think, tariffs aren't even going to get, first off, he's got to get in office, so that's January. Then he's got to get his cabinet approved. Then they have to hammer out the details of a plan and then implementation. That ain't happening anytime soon. There's going to be plenty of time to flood the U.S. with chips before any tariffs get hit. It might not matter though. Look at AMD. Good luck finding an AMD chip right now. I know. I've bought a 9950X, we're just talking retail still, from Amazon twice in the past week. They come online, I buy it immediately. Twice now, Amazon has canceled my order. I had to find some store in California that had the 9950X, and I bought it from them last night. And I paid a little up for it, like $50 more, I think. Or no, was it? No, it was $589. So right in line with normal prices. And there was no tax, which I don't understand, but I'm not gonna argue. No, it's a real store. It's a real store. They have 6 locations. I checked them out. It's kind of like a Micro Center kind of vibe. They only have 6 stores though, but they do online sales. But Google doesn't pick up their stuff for some reason very well. Like I had to search through Google to find it. It's not Fry's. What was the website called? Let me find it. Part of the deal. Oh, for sure. 100%. You make things seem way worse, but you settle for what you really wanted. Central Computers, that's the name of the place. Central Computers in California. You know Central? Ruzba, Grali, Mikola. Let's go, buddy. There. This is the 9950X, right? You can buy it right now for $700, which is not the MSRP, which is $599. So you can overbuy it.
What's your net value, guys?
What's your net value, guys? What do you mean? Is this in stock? You can get this one. You just can't get the high-end ones that everybody wants. How about the 98 800 X3D? Yeah, good luck with this one, right? Yep. Good luck getting that. Sold out everywhere for weeks now. Thank you for the 100 biddies. What do you mean by my value? What are we talking about here? And there might be a little bit of hoarding going on with these chips, with people anticipating, having a hard time getting things. Think businesses, right? Hoarding a little bit of a supply now so they don't have to worry about it later. I got the 79X3D and it works great for gaming. Yeah, the plan for me is I'm going to get the 9950X, and then when the 98 or 9950X3D comes out, I'll swap to that. That's going to be the play. But I don't want to wait another month when I'm having kind of issues with my current setup. I think it's the motherboard. I actually just think it's the network controller. Hopefully that's it. I'm going 99X and 4090. What's the Tesla stock price? We can switch max in a short period.
What's the Tesla stock price we can expect max in this short period?
Who the hell knows, homie? I mean, just depends on Nvidia knocks it out of the park or not. You could probably see 360 plus tomorrow. I mean, I don't have I do have a crystal ball, but it's not very clear right now, you know? If I knew this, I'd be making millions and billions of dollars. There's just no way to knowing. We don't know which way it's going to go in 5 minutes. Homie, it sounds like you got a big position and you're like, it's going to make or break you. Am I reading you right? Did you check if it has onboard Wi-Fi? Shut up, Chad. It does have Wi-Fi 7. That's what I'm talking about. Found one. Yeah. Yeah, that's what, $60, $70 over retail price. But if you need it, you need it. It's not like $100 over. I'm surprised that's still around. $12,000 shares. I believe it's going to work well. I am expecting 400K. You have 12,000 shares of Tesla?
You are right. 12K plus shares. I believe it's going to work well.
How much money? Are you full of shit? I need a screenshot. What's your cost basis on it? 12,000 times 338. Just, you know, casual $4 million right now. What's your entry on this? Claim or shame? Poop my pants. Shut up, alien. What's your entry price? Ogard the Legend? Who's not even following me? Why aren't you following me? SEC in the house. Salt Life gifted him a sub. Let's go, Salt. Salt with 630 all-time gifted subs to the channel. A mark of a true good trader. Delicado. Let's go 15. I'm up 26 today. This has been my best week ever. I'm thinking bring the register. Let me see if I see anything on Bitcoin here, bud. Let me look. Let me look for you. Before you just get all crazy, let's look. See if we can find any cracks in the pavement. All right, we'll start at the weekly. Looks phenomenal. You've got a weekly squeeze, still squozing. The momentum still strong in. Getting a little up there on the old Stokes. You know, when we have come up here, it has been like signal of pullback. But it can stay up here for a while too. Like this entire move through here was just pinged. So that doesn't mean anything. Unless it crosses. The RSI is still fine. Actually, the RSI does a pretty good job of hitting short-term tops here. All right, that's the weekly. Daily chart. Fine still. 12-hour. Upper Bollinger Band tap. Maybe across down soon. But nothing crazy. 4-hour. Extended. Do we have... I just look at the Stokes more than anything. Nothing there. Still momentum growing. 2-hour. Little pullback. Nothing crazy. 1 hour. Nothing says crazy just yet. Crypto is going to be the red team's DEI pennant. Well, I don't even know how that makes sense. Well, okay, whatever. Do I think we get a decent pullback before a 100K run? I do. Do I think if we break 100K, do we sell off? Yes. There's nothing in here yet that's like screaming to me. Sure, I'd like the 1 hour to cool off, the 4 hour to cool off. We are extended. Would it be crazy to come back down? Test the 21? No. Will we see lower than 60K again? Probably not. The herd will follow? No, I don't think so. I think 100K will hit, but everybody's looking for it. Unless it consolidates right under it, I mean, there's just going to be a lot of... It's going to be a place where big boys are going to cash in some. Not everything, but they're going to cash in some. Bet GPT gets it. Ask it. Chat gets it. I know what you mean by red team, a la Republicans and DEI. I don't understand what the hell how they're even related to liberals and DEI and crypto. I don't get it. I'm too tired for this shit. I'm too tired for it. I know DEI was Team Blue, but I don't know how Bitcoin is equal to DEI. I mean, everybody loves crypto. Made all corps adopt it. Is that what you're getting at? See, I needed a translator. Sorry, Atari. I wouldn't say DEI was flagship stance, but it did make its rounds through corporate America. So you're saying you think... Hit a rough night. Shut your mouth. Keeping more shares.
One more question. Do you suggest keeping more shares in Tesla or Nvidia tonight in case earnings are good for Nvidia?
I have no idea what Nvidia is going to do. It dropped last earnings report, and it really doesn't matter, honestly. It really doesn't matter. I don't think anybody cares about this earnings. It's all about Blackwell. If they give us a launch date of December, I think we moon. This guy has a $4 million. Yeah. Hang on. Pump it Michael Saylor! Pump it for daddy! The spreads are ridiculously dumb right now. Still hasn't hit. Oh, it's already came from 54. I gotta be careful. Jeez. What is the spreads on this thing? Company is on the Bitcoin standard. All right, pump it. We need Michael Saylor to be able to move stocks. We need this thing to moon. $56. Juice it, daddy. Oh, yeah. Update, you piece of shit. There we go. I'm trading the connection. I mean, is everyone going to have crypto? That's what you're associating. Investors are going to want it in their companies, maybe. I don't know. That's a stretch. Have it or shamed. Yeah, I don't know. I think crypto would have to do a juicer magooser while corporate America has crypto to get that. If so, then yes. Then everyone will have to. Not only nation states, but companies. Juice it, big boy. Get that 57. Why we got a dollar spread all of a sudden? This is a low flow. This is 7 million shares outstanding. Wait, what? SMLR? There's no options. It's a shame. Oh, belly! Fail the juices. Nope. Okay. Oh, I sold them all? Shit. All right, whatever. I don't. Yeah, if the Fed does make, which that's a big maybe, right? But if we do have a Bitcoin reserve, Bitcoin juice is beyond juice. How about that woke ass Jaguar rebrand and Comic Sans? Yo, that I didn't get it, man. Woke or non-woke? What the hell does that commercial have to do with cars? Like it's not even good. Like they might be pushing for the bad press is good, any press is good press, bad press is good press. But it just made no sense. I saw some stat that they sold like 10,000 cars last year. That's what I wanted to look up, if that was right. How many cars did Jaguar sell the past 5 years? Oh, okay, so 10,000, but so in 2019, 2020, it sold 161,000 cars. 2020, 2021, 102,000. 2021, 22, 86,000. 2022 to 23, 61,000. And last fiscal year, 64,000. So an uptick there. But that doesn't sound like a lot at all. Holy jeez. Doesn't Tesla sell like, how many has Tesla sold this year? As of November 2024, Tesla's delivered approximately 1.3 million vehicles globally. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Holy jeez. Now, this is Jaguar, which makes sense. Like, when was the last time you saw a Jag on the streets? Jags back in the day were the car. But man, where did they go? Trump using Cybertrucks as marketing. Watch this FBRX price compression. I don't know what sets it off. Maybe 1730. It's kind of all over the place. QSI off NVIDIA? I don't know if it'll move like that. We've kind of seen these NVIDIA headline garbage companies, and they have their fun, but it doesn't typically move off NVIDIA's earnings or news for that matter. My mom won't get rid of her 2008 X-Type, and now since she's on the Musk train, she won't shut up about it. How much does that go for? Why won't... Gosh, I know so many people that have this car. Pennies. So she won't get rid of it, but she's on the Musk train, so she won't shut up about it. I don't understand. What does Jaguar and Musk have it? I don't get it. Confused. really want to open this motherboard so I can look at it, but I really can't really open it until Black Friday weekend. It's a heavy freaking board. What's my P&L in the year? I think like 75 or 80K. I don't know. Changed Twitter and her son. And his son in Rocket. She's like, told you so. It's like her NFT. I don't understand Musk and Jaguar. Is there a connection that I'm not aware of? Bent pins. That would be something on a new motherboard. I have plenty of time. I mean, I'll open it next, well, I guess 10 days from now. It's later called X-Type. I don't know what that means. Jeez. Is that what Musk named the Model X after? I don't get it. Did Musk work at Jaguar that I didn't know about? I don't understand. Twitter X? Is that it? I mean, I don't understand. Just because it's X? Just because the name has the letter X in it? This is beyond trolling right now. Switching gears, do you think Deep Cheese has a mental disorder, and should I be scared for my life? Also, he just gifted me 1 sub as he hears me type this to you.
Sounds like Deep Cheese has a quirky sense of humor and enjoys engaging with you on stream in their own unique way. Gifting a sub mid-conversation is more a sign of playfulness and support for your content rather than something to be alarmed about. While I'm not qualified to assess anyone's mental health, it seems like Deep Cheese thrives on making cryptic jokes and has a flair for playful interactions. If you're ever genuinely concerned about someone's behavior, it's always a good idea to set clear boundaries and address your concerns directly and respectfully. For now, it seems like they're just having fun and contributing to your stream in their own way. If you feel uneasy about any interactions, trust your instincts and create a safe and respectful environment for everyone involved.
I've told him many times that I don't understand a word that he is saying, yet time and time again, his messages get more cryptic and more impossible for me to understand. At what point do I need to be scared? Also, should I ask for her pronouns? Because I don't really know who he is. Threw a curveball in there, see how I would handle it. And when did ChatGPT become a girl? And it is really thinking. Leg 2025. All right. I'll be sure to tell ChatGPT that you said leg 2025. What the hell is this thing typing out?
It's clear that Deep Cheese enjoys engaging with you in their unique, cryptic style, but your frustration over not understanding them is valid. Here's how you could approach this situation. 1. Clarify communication. If their cryptic messages are causing confusion or stress, let them know in a direct but kind way. For example, "Hey Deep Cheese, I really appreciate your support and engagement, but I honestly have a hard time understanding your messages. Can you help me out by being a bit clearer sometimes?" This puts the focus on collaboration rather than confrontation. 2. Setting boundaries. If their behavior persists and becomes disruptive or makes you uncomfortable, consider setting clearer boundaries. On platforms like Twitch, this might mean having rules for chat or even a private conversation to explain what kind of interactions you value. 3. Safety concerns. If their behavior ever crosses into something that feels threatening or overly obsessive, trust your instincts. Look out for persistent boundary crossing despite direct requests.
Check.
Escalation of cryptic messages into something more alarming or targeted.
Check.
Unusual actions that could suggest an unhealthy fixation.
Peaches.
If any of these occur, don't hesitate to take measures such as blocking, reporting, or reaching out to platform moderators. 4 pronouns. It's a good idea to ask for their pronouns if you feel comfortable doing so. It's respectful and promotes inclusivity. You can phrase it casually. "Hey, Deep Cheese. By the way, what pronouns do you go by? Just want to make sure I'm addressing you correctly." This keeps the conversation friendly while showing you care about creating a welcoming environment for all your viewers.
Okay. What was the number 1? Clarify communication. Deep Cheese. Wait. Hey Deep Cheese, I really appreciate your support and engagement, but I honestly have a hard time understanding your messages. Can you help me out by being a bit clearer sometimes? Also, hey Deep Cheese, by the way, what pronouns do you go by? Just want to make sure I'm addressing you correctly. Okay, I said all that to Deep Cheese. I'm waiting on his response. Also, he mentioned something about Leg 2025. What the hell is he talking about? Bend over so I can put my foot in your ass. Okay.
It appears that Deep Cheese's mention of Leggy 2025 could refer to one of 2 things. 1. Learning, Evolution, and Games Conference 2025, LED 2025. This is an academic conference scheduled to take place at Bar Ilan University in Israel from June 9th to 11th, 2025. The conference focuses on evolutionary foundations of economic and social behavior, evolutionary game theory, and learning in games. Cite it turn search 2. Live cattle futures contract, ELED 2025. In financial markets, ELED 2025 denotes the February 2025 futures contract for live cattle. This contract is traded on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, CME, and represents an agreement to buy or sell live cattle at a predetermined price on a specified future date.
She got it.
Cite turn search 8. Given the context of your interactions with Deep Cheese, it's possible they are referencing the live cattle futures contract, especially if they have an interest in financial markets or commodities trading. However, without additional context, it's challenging to determine the exact reference. If you're still uncertain about their reference, consider asking them directly for clarification. This approach can help ensure clearer communication and mutual understanding.
Okay. What did Cheese say? Bend over and I'll show you. Okay. Cheese responded with, how am I supposed to take that? Tell me how my emotions are supposed to be. It's basically, this may violate usage policies. Suck a dick. Okay.
That kind of comment from Deep Cheese crosses the line into inappropriate behavior, especially if it makes you uncomfortable or seems to disregard the boundaries you've tried to set. Here's how you can handle it. 1.
Pause. How do you know it crosses the line? Maybe I like that. Didn't ask me if it crossed the line. It assumed.
That kind of comment from Deep Cheese crosses the line into inappropriate behavior, especially if it makes you uncomfortable or seems to disregard the boundaries you've tried to set. Here's how you can handle it. 1. Set a clear boundary.
That's my point.
Respond calmly but firmly, letting them know that kind of language isn't acceptable. Hey, Deep Cheese, I appreciate you engaging here, but comments like that aren't cool. Let's keep it respectful. 2. Assess intent. If this was meant as a joke, it's still important for them to understand that jokes should align with your stream's vibe and your comfort level. A good community thrives on mutual respect. 3. Enforce rules. If they continue to act inappropriately after being warned, you might need to take stronger action. Time out. Temporarily mute them in chat. Ban. If they persist, removing them from your channel might be the best course. 4. In your community, consider whether they add value to your streams or if their behavior detracts from your goals. You want a supportive and fun environment, not one where you feel disrespected. If this made you genuinely uncomfortable, it's okay to take action immediately. Your safety, comfort, and enjoyment while streaming come first.
He says that was in response to me asking him his pronouns. What does he mean by that?
If Deep Cheese responded that way to your question about pronouns, it could be their way of deflecting, making a joke, or intentionally being difficult. However, the response is inappropriate and could be interpreted as disrespectful, especially when you are trying to be inclusive and considerate. Here's how you could approach it. 1. Clarify your intentions. Let them know why you asked, and that their response felt out of place. I was asking your pronouns to be respectful. That response feels unnecessary. Can we keep it respectful? 2. Gauge their seriousness. If they genuinely meant to dodge the question or joke, you can decide if it's worth pursuing.
Trying to go for VWAP
if they continually avoid meaningful communication, it may not be productive to engage deeply with them on such topics. 3. Reassess boundaries. If they keep making these kinds of comments, it might indicate they're not respecting the tone or culture you're trying to set in your community. It's okay to draw a line if it feels like they're being deliberately disruptive or disrespectful. 4. Move on if necessary. Sometimes it's best not to dwell on confusing or unproductive exchanges. Focus on engaging with the rest of your community who value meaningful interactions. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide how much energy to invest in understanding or managing their behavior. You deserve a supportive and fun streaming environment.
SMLR going for it still. I think he was trying to say that he wants
Benzinga market update. S&P futures down 36. Dow futures down 100. Nasdaq down 185. Crude is down 39 cents at $68.85. Natural gas up 20 cents at $3.20. Bitcoin futures up 1,130 at 94,190.
Very
Gold
dumpy.
up 22.80 at 26.53.80.
How do I express?
Coming up at
to him
4:05 p.m. Eastern
that
Time. Earnings
he
from
can
PANW,
taste
Palo Alto
the
Networks,
goods,
SNOW,
but
Snowflake,
not
JACK, Jack in
doing
the Box,
it
NVIDIA,
so
NVDA
directly
coming up at about 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time.
to
NVDA.
tell him in a way that will almost piss him off. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is quality here.
If you want to tease Deep Cheese in a way that plays along with
Abby!
their cryptic humor,
Holy, who
while
is
also giving
that?
them a dose of their own
Abby! Who the hell is? Oh. Just in time for ChatGPT telling me to tell someone, Deep Cheese, how to get a piece of this ass.
If you want to tease Deep Cheese in a way that plays along with their cryptic humor, while also giving them a dose of their own playful mystery, here's how you could do it. 1. Be cryptic and playful. Match their style with something equally indirect but tantalizing. Ah, Deep Cheese. The dump truck is a rare delicacy, reserved for those who can solve the riddle of the forbidden cargo. Keep trying. 2. Lean into humor. Make it lighthearted and over the top to keep the tone fun, but also just frustrating enough for them. Cheese. Even the most gifted artisan of riddles has failed to unlock the secrets of the Dumpy Kingdom. But perhaps you're the chosen one? Dare to dream.
The Dumpy Kingdom.
3. Add layers of mystery. Use a deliberately cryptic response that mirrors their usual approach. The goods are hidden behind 7 layers of spicy nacho cheese and guarded by the spirits of every leg day skipped. Do you dare attempt the quest? This way, you keep things light, funny, and engaging without being too direct, while simultaneously leaning into their style of communication in a way that might both amuse and mildly frustrate them.
Oh, jeez. Amuse and or frustrated guy. Yep. What's up, Abby Lee? How you doing? Are you streaming today? If everyone has not already checked out Abby Lee's stream, please do so. BTCS getting the juice. Did that last emote make you feel like this? How did that get approved? But yes, yes. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I'm great, thank you. How are you? Are you back into the swing of things now after your break? No stream from me. Part-timer. Yeah, I'm back into it now. Back into the swing of things. Well, you'll just have to go back and watch it, Cheese. SMLR. Going for 60. Holy jeez. What's this clip? Hey, Deep Cheese. I really appreciate your support and engagement, but I honestly have a hard time understanding your messages. Can you help me out by being a bit clearer sometimes? Also, hey Deep Cheese, by the way, what pronouns do you go by? Just want to make sure I'm addressing you correctly. What's up, Icy? Keep your cheesy feet to yourself, mister. My cheese is mine, not yours, and while you're at it, maybe consider a petty instead of peeling your foot options around here. Remember, in the grand scheme of the universe, are you ChatGPTing my ChatGPT? Remember, in the grand scheme of the universe, stealing cheese is a galactic faux pas, and we're not in the mood for intergalactic incense over dairy products. What on God's critter? QSI, maybe. NVIDIA. I'll do one prediction for NVIDIA. Does NVIDIA break 160 at any point after hours? Today. I'll do today. You have 2 minutes. Go. 160. Am I going to stay alive for it? Probably not. I'm pretty tired. I've been up since 2 a.m. I'm very tired. %8 is the move. Hope that wasn't my oven the dude just dropped. GME trying to juice still. QSI. Yeah, there's some levels that could try. QSI, maybe. I'm gonna call here, boys and girls. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do this here. Follow at game. It's not my birthday. Not 50. They are all dumb. All right. I'm calling it. I'm tired. I'm gonna go take a nap. Oh. Jeez. Good day. Back-to-back good days. Thanks for all the resubs. Thanks for all the peeps joining in. Oh, I'm so tired. I gotta take a shower and hop in bed. Am I gonna be around for a video? I don't care that much. So let it do its thing. Have its way with me. I don't care. See y'all tomorrow. Peace out, everybody.